Afternoon Show with Dr. Herine on Teachers Talk Radio. Tune in live at ttradio.org or to join in the conversation, download the Podbean app and search Teachers Talk Radio. Follow the hashtag TT Radio. Tune in, talk it out with Teachers Talk Radio.
Thank you very much. Tune in, talk it out with Teacher Talk Radio. And I can see we already have 8 listeners ready to talk it out on matters textbooks, the place of textbooks in Africa's classrooms. This is a special show. It marks the 6th show, my 6th show on Teacher Talk Radio. And we are following or coming in from a very special session last Sunday. Sorry, there was an echo there where we were discussing matters teachers' well-being, and we made a record. We ensured that it was a full show because matters teachers' well-being is very, very important. There's nowhere we are going as a continent if our teachers are not healthy and ready to engage with the teaching and learning in our schools. And looking back to the last 5 shows, we've had quite some exciting conversations on this show. We started out with looking at issues of prioritization, and we looked at the issues of digitization of education in Africa. Is it the way to go or not? And I believe today's conversation will take us back a little bit when we'll be talking about textbooks. We'll be looking into issues, digital textbooks also. But after that, we also delved into the matters of how happy are Africans teachers and what keeps Africans teachers happy despite all the challenges that we know they face every day. And we were able to collect some data that showed that our teachers are fairly happy, even though indeed they are not as happy about the quality of their pay and the quality of their life. So we had a very animated conversation with our guests then from Rwanda and from Nigeria. And later we had another conversation on the place of the African boy child. We asked ourselves to raise up our hand for the African boy child. Again, very, very insightful conversation. And we'll be having follow-up conversations and action points because we do not just want to talk, and we do not act. When it is Dr. Herine Menya, then we are thinking reflective conversation that should lead to transformative actions. One teacher at a time, one school at a time, one show at a time. And then last weekend, we had that conversation about teachers' well-being. And so today we are excited. We are going to be talking about something that is also very close to our heart. We'll be looking into the issues of textbooks or the issues of books. Is this something we should be paying attention to? What is the place and the role of textbooks in teaching and learning in Africa's classrooms? But before we start and look into that, I think I just want to first of all send out a special shout out to all the listeners who are live. I can see we have 18 listeners. Welcome on board. We already have one of our speakers already online. I can also see Tracy, who is one of our speakers. Tracy, please call in live so that I can admit you as a speaker. Just make sure that you have your headphone on. There was a little bit of an echo there, Lily, when you joined. So I'm just hoping you have your headphone on. And then I'm also looking forward to our 3rd speaker, a teacher from Ghana, who is going to be joining us, Becky, anytime now. So Tracy, I'm waiting for that call so that I can admit you as a speaker. And thank you very much, Tracy, for joining us all the way from Canada. I know it is very early in the morning, and it must be sorry, please call again. I think I missed to pick your call. Please call again, Tracy. I know it's very early in the morning, and it's really taken some sacrifice for you to be live at this particular time. I salute you for that. And of course, I'm saluting all our live listeners who have joined in. Please tell us where you're joining us in from, and please let's be ready to talk about books. I can see Freddie's joining in. I want to encourage the other listeners, in case you know anybody who wants to join in, please encourage them to join in. Africa's own education doctor and education evangelist is already on air, and we are talking matters education in Africa. And as we wait for the others to join, I mean, the question is, why should we be talking about textbooks? how important are textbooks in the education agenda for Africa or any other part of the world. And that's why we have Tracy with us joining in from Canada. And I'm looking forward to Rebecca joining in from Ghana. But just as an appetizer, as I promised, I am going to start off with a poem. Now, the poem is not written by me. I just searched it out and I picked out one poem about books. I must confess that I love books. I really, really love books. And I must also confess that I'm still hooked to printed books. But I hope I can get us connected to digital books, but we'll be having that conversation. I love books from when I was a young child. I spent most of my time in the library. So here is a poem that I thought perhaps captures that sense of love that I have for books and that I believe all our listeners or most of our listeners have for books. So I'm going to read this poem. It's about good books, and I will. It's written by somebody called Edgar Albert. I just picked it randomly from the internet. So I'm going to read this as an appetizer to our conversations. So here goes a poem. Good books are friendly things to own. If you are busy, they will wait. They will not call you on the phone or wake you if the hour is late. They stand together row by row upon the low shelf or the high. But if you're lonesome, this you know, you have a friend or two nearby. The fellowship of books is real. They're never noisy when you're still. They won't disturb you at your meal. They'll comfort you when you're ill. The lonesome hours they'll always share. When slighted, they will not complain. And though for them you've ceased to care, your constant friends, they'll still remain. Good books, your faults will never see or tell about them around the town. If you'd have their company, you merely have to take them down. They'll help you pass the time away. They'll counsel, give if that you need. He or she has true friends for night and day who has a few good books to read. And that's a poem by Edgar Albert. The question is, do you have a few good books to read? I have a few good books to read. I hope all of us have a few good books to read. And that is just a poem by somebody. But basically, I really found it inspiring because I think it really spoke to my heart. I love books. They keep me company. And when I want to just disconnect from the world around me, I get into my books and I can read away. And of course, I travel the world, meet new people, and all that through books. But then today we will be talking largely about textbooks. And I can see Emily, I can see Rebecca is online. So Rebecca, please call in. I can see you as one of the listeners. Please call in. You've just tried to call me on my WhatsApp, but please call in because I can already see you. Please call in and I will admit you as a speaker. So please call in. I will admit you as a speaker. And of course, we're expecting many more people to join us, hopefully. And today, I hope the other, we know that we can join as live speakers, but we can also join on the Facebook live streaming and the Twitter streaming. So we are here today to talk about textbooks. And I'm happy that Rebecca has finally joined. And before I start, or before we start the conversation officially, it is only good that we get to know who is in the house. A shout out to all our teachers who are joining in. I can see that we already have a number of teachers who are here. And I can see already we have comments coming in. Textbooks are important in Africa because they are possible. I mean, it's possible to carry them anywhere you go. So yes, remember, this is our conversation. Please feel free to type in, to chat in your thoughts. If you want to call sometime during the show, the only condition is that you must have your headphones on, because if you don't have your headphones on, then we'll have an echo and we will not have a very good conversation. So please make sure you have your headphone on. But remember, if you do not have your headphone on, the chat, we can use the chat. You can type in your thoughts, even if it's 2 or 3 lines. please feel free to type in your thoughts. And of course, if you know any other teacher who's trying to get in to be part of the show, please alert them. Tell them Africa's own education doctor and education evangelist is live on air and we're ready and our speakers are here. And so I'm going to pass the mic to our speakers just to introduce themselves briefly. Who are they? What do they do every day when they're not resting on a Sunday or when they're not on a show, a TT radio show? So I'm going to start with Lily. I'm going to unmute you. I think I'd muted you because there was an echo. I'm going to try and unmute you. If you can try speaking so that we can see, I can see. I'm trying. Yes, I've unmuted you. So Lily, please introduce yourself.
Hello there, Herine. How are you today?
I'm fine, Lily. How are you? How is Kenya?
Kenya is good.
Talk to me. Introduce yourself to the other listeners.
Yes, my name is Lily Nyariki, and basically a librarian by training and turned bookseller recently. And you can see that my life is all about books and reading for the last 40 years plus. So I'm very much at home with this show today.
Yes.
I am the focal point for books and learning materials of the Association for the Development of Education in Africa.
Just hold it there, Lily. We'll come back to Adair. So Lily is joining us from Nairobi, Kenya, and she's been a librarian and worked with books for the last 40 years. And she lives, breathes books. So she'll be telling us a little bit about her role at a continental level on issues related to books and learning materials. But we'll come back to that. Now we want to travel all the way to Canada. And I'm going to ask Tracy to introduce herself. Tracy, please introduce yourself.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's morning here, and I am calling from beautiful British Columbia, Canada. But I live in Alberta, so I am a high school science and math teacher and have been for over 20 years. And so I am actively in the classroom every day working with students. We're, of course, on summer break for another week, but I'm excited to be here and I'm excited to be part of this conversation.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for waking up very early to be part of this conversation. And you are in the right space and company because when we are on Teacher Talk Radio, we're talking about teachers having conversations about what we do every day. So we're looking forward to having and your input in the conversation. And now we're going to move down or over to West Africa. Rebecca, please introduce yourself.
Hello, good afternoon to all the listeners.
Good afternoon.
I'm Asan Rebecca, a high school teacher of integrated science and mathematics, calling from Greater Accra, Ghana, the capital.
Great. Thank you, Rebecca. And actually, I'm actually going to go back to Rebecca. I mean, earlier on in the week, as I talked about this show, I tweeted and said there has been some recent uproar in Ghana on textbooks. And I was saying that based on news items. One of them that was really covered on 13th of August, where it was reported that the Ghana Education Service was advising teachers to go back to the old curriculum. And in this case, it was something about textbooks. So, Rebecca, what's going on about textbooks in Ghana? What's all this uproar about textbooks in Ghana?
Yeah, you heard right from the news. You know, textbooks are only as good as the person using them. And so personally, I would like to think of them as tools. And it's just one of the many tools that classroom teachers can use in effective teaching and learning. And then in Ghana, we had a change of curriculum recently. That is, we moved from the traditional curriculum to a standard-based curriculum. And by standard-based curriculum, I mean a curriculum that is designed to help students be responsible for their own learning, become good thinkers and problem solvers, and know what quality work looks like. this meant that once the curriculum has been changed, then textbooks which should inform the teachers about the deeper content issues of the curriculum should be made available before the curriculum implementation itself. Not is that not the case? Yeah. But our case has been quite different. We had the change in curriculum. The curriculum was ready, but textbooks were not ready. And to date, we have very few textbooks that really meet the content structure of the curriculum. These few textbooks are even, you get them in the big cities and towns, not to talk of the rural areas, because for them, they are still using the old textbooks, which was meant for the old curriculum. And this has been the situation in Ghana. You know, over the years, they've been advising us to move from the behaviorist way of teaching to a more social constructivist classroom, which means that children will have to bring something to the learning situation. And where are they going to bring that thing from if they don't have textbooks to read? How would they bring something to the classroom to share? The teacher himself or herself has not gotten a deeper issue of the content standards of the curriculum, the benchmarks in the curriculum. We don't have a proper grasp of it. And so, I mean, how do we implement the curriculum when we don't have materials to read on? You get it? That has been the issue in Ghana.
Okay, so that's where the uproar is coming from, because I was reading the article and part of what it said. The article actually talked about the fact that the teachers were saying that now they have to refer to the old curriculum to teach the new curriculum. And they're saying this does not flow. So teachers need to look at it and make adjustments before teaching. And according to the article, quoting verbatim, it said it brings a whole lot of burden on the teaching process for teachers. So Ghana's case, as you're saying, there's a unique situation here that you have a new curriculum, and according from the teacher's perspective, they need textbooks to support the process of the implementation of the new curriculum. And listening to you, part of what's coming out also is that there are issues of equity, because you're saying currently there are some textbooks, but they are largely accessible in big towns. We'll come back to the issues of, should this be the case? I mean, should really there be an uproar about textbooks, and what are the other speakers' views or from their own experiences? But holding on to that issue of, do we have textbooks? Are they equitably accessible to our students? It would be important to find out what is the situation at a broader African level. Is there any findings? And I know that Lily here, as she started saying, she is actually a focal point person with a key continental body. And I would like, therefore, Lily to pick up the conversation and tell us a little bit about ADARE, tell us a little bit about the working group that you're part of, and what some of the research is saying about the quality or the reality about textbooks and books in African schools. Lily, over to you.
Yes, so the Association for the Development of Education in Africa is headquartered in Ivory Coast, in Abidjan, and it's hosted by the African Development Bank. And basically, it's an education forum that works with ministries of education across Africa to dialogue on policies to do with issues on education. And in this case, of course, our focus is on books and reading. And ADEA's working group on books and learning materials, as it was called in its earlier years, it is now a section within what we call the Inter-Country Quality Node on Teaching and Learning. And we've been involved over the years on research to do with books and reading. And what we found out across Africa, generally there is shortage. You find issues of even 4 students to 1 book. In some cases, it's even 7 students to 1 book. And that is really unhealthy. It is really unhealthy because our research also showed that the textbook is one of the greatest tools of helping students to learn effectively and to get quality education. So it is a general problem in Africa, and they are together with its various partners are working towards addressing these issues, and we have a number of initiatives that are in place. Perhaps we can talk about them as we go on.
Thank you, Lily. So very very insightful right there. So this continental body is bringing together ministers of education and other key stakeholders to look into different key issues around or on education, and one of them is textbooks or books and learning materials. And from what Lily has just said, there is concern that we do not have enough books in the continent. Indeed, when I shared a short survey form that went out this weekend, and I know not as many teachers got a chance to respond, but part of what the survey was showing is that a majority of the respondents said that the student to textbook ratio is currently 1 student, or rather 1 textbook for more than 5 students. So just like Lily is saying, that part of the research that they've done at a continental level shows that we still have very few textbooks. And I think this is even more concerning now if we link it back to what Rebecca was saying. Rebecca was talking about a new curriculum. And I know that most African countries have moved towards what is currently called the competency-based curriculum, or in this case, what AC has talked about in terms of standard-based curriculum. And one of the things is students should be more responsible for their learning. And the question is, what role then should textbooks play? And there are other factors why textbooks remain a key part of Africa's education system. And I'll be coming back though to challenge that a little bit. But before I challenge that, I think I want us to go over to Canada and just hear Tracy's thoughts. Tracy, I tried to dig into the Canadian education system. And one of the things I saw was that, yes, you have a number of jurisdictions. Each jurisdiction looks at the education independently. You have education acts for each region or province. And a little bit of my reading showed that, yes, there is the presence of textbooks in Canada. I'm not so sure how widely spread across the regions. Perhaps you could help us understand what's going on in Canada, for example, with textbook. Is it a core part of your education system?
Thank you. Thank you. So Alberta is an interesting context, and as I'm listening to the other speakers, there's many ideas here that are familiar. We are currently going through a change in curriculum. I was a consultant for our division the last time that we changed curriculum, and textbooks definitely have an important role in terms of new curriculum, I think, for students to become familiar, but also for teachers to become familiar with what the curriculum looks like. Generally, we do have access to textbooks. I've been fortunate to be in schools where textbooks are readily available. Each student usually has 1 textbook, but they are very expensive. And so working in a district where we have rural schools that maybe have a smaller budget than other schools, it is a challenge for schools to purchase textbooks and to have enough. So it is a financial burden. So there have been a number, there's been, and I've seen a bunch of different alternatives over the years. So we've had access to paper textbooks pretty consistently my whole teaching career. Since about 2005, 2007, our students have had access to like a DVD or a CD version of a digital textbook. We also have access to online PDF versions of some of our textbooks. Most of our textbooks are written with curriculum. So the last round of science and math textbooks, the publishers were engaged by the province to produce textbooks that were a close fit. I know that in the last round of curriculum change in 2007 for science as well, they did look at digital textbooks, which were more of a mix and match. So these were larger publishing companies that would create a huge bank of resources, and then districts would have the opportunity to purchase chapters that fit their curriculum or fit their context. And so that model has been investigated in the past as well. So it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. But what resonates with me is that definitely the curriculum change in Alberta, just like I think in Ghana, the teachers really do rely on a textbook to understand the curriculum documents and to be able to really put them in action and to understand what it is that students need to know and to what level of depth and what context.
Great summary of part of the reason why textbooks are very important or considered very important by the teachers, to help them understand the curriculum, to know the extent to which they need to teach, and all that. And that just brings me, however, to I was looking at some quotes about textbooks, and I came across one that I would like to throw to our speakers that, to a certain extent, challenges our sense of perhaps dependency or looking up onto textbooks. And I'll just read this quote. It says, schools is basically about one part of, school is basically about one part of vision. The one the teacher has, or the textbooks have. They don't like the idea of having different points of view. So this was a pin interest quote by somebody called Alan Kay. So this person is rather suggesting that textbooks might limit the space for, I believe, students to express different points of view, that perhaps it might create some form of limitation in exploration, conversations, and discussions in our schools. What would be your take, Lily, as somebody who promotes books, and of course you're working on issues related to books? Are we too dependent on textbooks? Because I know that there are countries that really do not have textbooks as a core part of the teaching process. I know there are countries, when I was doing my research about textbooks during my PhD study, there were quite, in the West, there were countries that there was quite some literature on textbooks. But then I believe in Britain, for example, and there are Britain listeners here, they can correct me. It didn't seem like textbooks are a primary thing. In fact, at some point, I was being challenged why we should be having conversations about textbooks. So, Lily, do you think that perhaps while we are talking about textbooks and books, we should be careful so that we do not allow them to actually limit the sense of exploration, conversation, and sharing of ideas between the teachers and the students in our classrooms and schools?
I think you're bringing in a very important area of this discussion. You know, as a librarian, I believe very strongly on the need for school libraries. Now, school libraries are not only about textbooks. School libraries will be resource centers for students, meaning students need all kinds of books and materials in different formats, from reference materials to fiction to stories to music and things like that. Because we know a library environment in a school will really just boost the learning and the teaching for the teachers and for the students. And so, really, I'm so glad because you're bringing it up, because this is one thing that we must begin to focus on in Africa. We cannot just be talking about textbooks. Textbooks are good. They're all right. They're necessary. But what is more important is for our children to be exposed to, all kinds of literature that is relevant for learning, and for the teachers also to teach.
Interesting. So very interesting thoughts right there, Lily, and bringing it out that we should not just be thinking about just textbooks. We need to be asking ourselves, what other resource materials which could be in form of texts, text or not text, that our students and our teachers can access in the as part of resources for their teaching and learning. And as you're speaking, I'm just being reminded, I was taken years back to my years in secondary school. I loved visiting our national library in the community. I also liked visiting the library that we had in school. But I always remember that every time we went to a national library, first of all, I had to wake up very early. I had to walk for over 1 hour to get to the library, and I had to wake up very early so that I could get a number, because the additional resources. Do we have enough libraries within our schools or within our communities? And I want to throw this first and foremost, first to Rebecca. What's the situation in Ghana? Are our students already, you're saying we don't even have enough textbooks? So what's the situation outside school or within school? Do they have access to other resources that they can use and tap into in addition or in place of the official textbook?
So these are children
Rebecca.
who most hello. I hope you can hear me.
Hello, Rebecca.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So these are children who come to the schools from deprived homes. Most of them below the average earner. So they can't even afford a simple, buying simple books for their children to use at home. And here is the case too, the school isn't having the textbooks. And even in the community, there are no libraries. It's just when you come to the big towns, few places in the big towns have community libraries that the students can have access to out of classroom. Within the schools, most of the basic schools, there are no libraries. And even if there are, they are not resourced with the adequate books, textbooks per se, for the children to even have access to them. So for us in Ghana, it's a little much of a challenge for us. Hello, Doc. Dr. Herine. Okay, so I think Dr. Herine has left. Hello, Tracy, please, can you continue? What's the situation in in Canada? Can you tell us about it?
Hello, thank you. Yes, the audio does seem to be cutting out a little bit from Herine. So in Canada, again, we are very privileged and in terms of resources, but I think we still feel many of the concerns that you have in our schools as well. So access in terms of libraries, we've gone to a model now that we call a learning commons model. And so I kind of want to go back to a couple of points that were made. What is the student's experience in learning? And so the textbooks, they are valuable in that they do provide some learning for the students. They provide something for the students to kind of to scaffold their learning on, but there's a lot more to student learning than the textbooks. And so what we're seeing in our schools now is we're shifting to what's called a learning commons model, which the library is now becoming a common area where students may have access to books that are not just textbooks, which is typical of a library, but also there are stations where they can do some hands-on learning. In elementary schools, they're using blocks, they're using, different types of robotics models and different types of media. And so there is that shift. Also, I think as a classroom teacher, my personal experience is I don't rely on textbooks heavily in my classroom. I use them as a secondary source. I feel that the time that I have with my students, I want my students to be engaged with me and with each other as much as possible. And so the textbook is something that they would use outside of the classroom when they're not directly with me and interacting.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. I hope you can hear me now. And I think this actually builds into a conversation that I really would like to have in part 2 of this conversation about quality of textbooks and how to best use textbook to support teaching and learning. But and so what I would like us to move to is the conversation that Tracy had introduced, and of course alluded to the issues of digital versus printed. Which way should we go as we hear a lot of conversation in the continent about digitization of education? Should we be thinking now more about digital textbooks than printed textbooks? Before we can get into that part of the conversation, we're going to take a short advertisement break, and then we'll come back and we'll listen first and foremost to some comments that were made by a teacher from Botswana about the reality around digital textbooks. Instead of the advertisement, we'll start off with the news for the week. There's a little bit of buffering on my end, so going to take a bit of time. But as we wait for that for the buffering to take place, what I saw from the survey that we sent out to the teachers, a number of the teachers have had experience to use digital and printed textbooks. But a majority of the teachers still seem to favor printed textbooks instead of digital textbooks, especially for their learners. And I believe there may be obvious reasons for this. But I would like to hear perhaps Lily's thinking about this at a continental level. Which way are we facing? As you sit in your focal group and have conversations about textbooks and learning materials for the continent, are we facing digital textbooks way, or are we still very much looking at printed textbooks? And why? And whatever direction we are facing, why is that the case? Lily.
Says that the digital discussion started becoming more relevant during the COVID era. I mean, the moment that students were out there with no teachers and with no facilities, yes, there has been a lot of discussion, and governments across Africa, to the best of my knowledge, have tried very hard to interact with students through the radio, medium, or TV, or just electronic, forums that have kept the students going. That is because obviously there was need for them to do something, because then the students would have just stayed at home without anything to do. However, we know that printed materials are the best medium, really, for especially children. We cannot hope that our children will learn fully through digital materials. I don't think that is a good thing, even in relation to health matters, and also, just the efficacy of it all. I would say that we look at digital materials as complementing the print materials, but the print materials will definitely be the dominant methods of passing knowledge to our children.
Wow, you hold a very strong position right there, Lily. I wonder what Rebecca thinks from your experience. I mean, Lily has mentioned radio, has mentioned TV. Of course, those were some of the digital mediums we used during the pandemic school closure break. I think the conversation we must have as a continent is how effective were they? But here we have Lily, who is one of our focal point persons on textbooks and learning materials at a continental level. And she's saying, well, we should be exploring the issues related to digital learning, digital textbooks, but they should just be complementary. What's your take, Rebecca, from your observation in Ghana?
I would want to look at the situation from the point of access, how accessible these digital means are going to be to our learners, because about 60% of our learners wouldn't have access to any digital means if we are resorting to that. And so on any day, I will go for printed materials because it's quite accessible. And even in relation to using tabs, making textbooks available on tabs, how are they going to get the internet to even have access to them? Even in the big cities, internet is an issue. It's so much of an issue. Having a stable internet is a problem. And so taking it to the rural areas, then it means that education is going to be highly, highly streamlined to those in the big cities. And that's what will augur well for us as a nation and even as a continent.
Yes, I'm hearing you, and I just want to perhaps complement what you're saying. I'm going to play some feedback that you got from a teacher from Botswana who was not able to be on the show, but sent some feedback. And let me try play what he was saying about the issues of. I'm having a problem playing it. Okay, I'm having a problem saying it, but basically he was saying the same, that one, yes, there is a sense that we're beginning to look at issues related to digital textbooks. However, there's a challenge because of connectivity, devices, and he added that also there might be need for training. And I want to, just picking up from that, I want to push this to Tracy. As you talked, you obviously expressed the fact that you've had an opportunity perhaps for a number of years, even before the pandemic, to use both digital textbooks or digital formats of textbooks and printed textbooks. It would be interesting to hear what your observation has been. What is your preference currently, or how do you compare students' use of digital versus printed textbooks? What would you tell other teachers who are still looking at these and wondering which way to go?
Thank you, Herine. In terms of digital textbooks, I think we have to dive a little bit deeper into that, because not all digital textbooks are created equal. So in my experience, we've had access to what they call a digital textbook, which is essentially a PDF file that is downloadable and accessible to accessible to students on an electronic device.
Mhm.
There are also digital textbooks that are interactive. And so some digital textbooks, when they're downloaded digitally or depending on the file type that they're in, they provide a different kind of access for students with reading disabilities or students that
Mhm.
have educational
Mhm.
challenges. So I use digital textbooks for my students that have special needs, and they're better
Mhm.
than print textbooks.
Printed.
So, for example, I've had students with severe dyslexia and
Mhm.
reading disorders that can access the information and the content using a
Mhm.
digital textbook that has a readability with an audio file and that kind of support. So there's accessibility for different students in different ways. There's also, we
Mhm.
have issues with accessibility, and we saw this with COVID especially. I work in a rural school, so
Mhm.
we do have a number of students with very limited internet access.
Mhm.
We live in an area where internet is not consistently available. So again, similar issues in terms of access. Those students
Mhm.
preferred to have the paper copy of the textbook. So I think it depends on what the format of the digital textbook is. I wouldn't
Mhm.
say that I prefer one over the other. In
Mhm.
either case,
Mhm.
in my classroom, my students, the work that we do in class, I provide a lot of materials to them directly, and they're
Mhm.
using the textbook as a backup.
As
They're
a
using the
backup.
textbook as if they need to learn more, if they need to understand more.
Mhm.
The skill that students have in using textbooks also varies digital versus print. So it's a
Mhm.
different skill set required to navigate a digital textbook versus a print textbook. They have to learn how to use a glossary. They learn how to navigate the textbook. A lot of students, I get them in grade 7 and they sit down and they start to read the textbook from the first word and they go chronologically through the book and they don't really know how to utilize the examples and the format of the book itself. So that's another aspect of using either digital or print, that students need to learn how to optimize the information that's available in either format.
That's a real great input. The issues of the skillfulness of the students in using the textbooks, and I think it opens up a whole area of conversation. And I think as when we come to the next episode, when show where we'll be talking about textbooks and talking about quality and use of textbooks, I think we'll need to dig deep into that, because there's also conversations around when the textbooks are written. Who are they written for? Are they written for the teacher, or are they written for the learner? And should the presentation, should that should that really determine how the book is put together? If you're thinking about this book, as Rebecca was saying, is supposed to enhance and support the students, for example, self-regulated learning. In that case, how might we arrange the content of the textbooks? And I think there's quite a bit of research, education research on that, including my own research during my PhD, which was about textbooks and self-regulated learning. So I think there's quite a bit of conversation that needs to happen there about, even as teachers, we must not just take the textbook and hand it over to the student and say, go, there you are. You have the resource now, get done with it, find your way around it. There is a need, just like there is a need to train students on how to learn, there's a skill set, and it varies, as you say, between digital and printed. And sometimes I believe even the way the content may be arranged in text, printed text, may vary with the way it might be presented in digital text, because of how they access it and how they use it. So I think there's quite a bit to think about. And I think all this, I believe, is part of what Lillian and her group at the continental level always focus on when they do their training. I know they do quite a number of workshops around textbooks and book development for different resource persons and publishers in the continent. But I believe, and we'll come to this, to what extent have we trained our teachers, or should we train our teachers or work with our teachers to enhance their capacity to use textbooks and also to support students to use textbooks effectively and efficiently. I'm going to try again to play our news for the day. I hope it runs. I don't know why I'm having problem with my that seems to have a problem. Just give me because there's one that is buffering. Let me see if I can. Okay, I seem to be having a problem with my audios today. So I want us to move to the next conversation point. And of course, all our listeners, please keep sending in your thoughts. And of course, we're being reminded here, don't forget to tweet us at TT Radio with your thoughts on the show. So you can send in your thoughts here, but you can also go online on Twitter and share your thoughts or highlights of the conversation. And there's a question here, and basically, I think it links to what both Lillian and Rebecca talked about. Because the teacher is saying, what can the teacher do for students to access digital documents if they don't have infrastructure needed? So, of course, it becomes very difficult if it's digital and the students don't have the infrastructure. Then it's almost like a roadblock to the students accessing the digital material unless there's permission to print, which also comes again with resource requirement for the schools, which most schools cannot afford. And then there's a comment here also still confirming or affirming that using digital content requires students to have access to devices like phone and computers, which is somehow difficult to afford even for some teachers. I have seen somebody trying to call Biu. Please, I'm going to try and let you in, hoping that you have your headphones on, because if you don't have your headphones on, then it's going to be difficult to hear, because there will be some echo on your end. So somebody's just affirming here, Tracy, that they've taken note of the issues of the skill sets that students need, for example, navigating through the books or using the glossary so that they can be able to tap into the crucial points or know when to read at a specific time. So quite some feedback from our teachers and live listeners who are online. And so one of the listeners is saying textbooks are very interesting to use, I believe, because they help us to prepare the lessons and learners to improve their knowledge. So quite a bit of feedback from our live listeners. I want us to move this conversation forward, and the issues of authorship. And before I get to the issue of authorship, I just want to amplify something that Tracy talked about, and perhaps Lillian could respond to it in terms of how much we are paying attention to this, because Tracy talked about inclusivity. When we are thinking about textbooks, we must not think one shoe fit all, one size fit all. But in this case, we have to think about the different students, especially our students who might have some disability, and think about which format of the textbooks would actually fit the different students. I know that in Rwanda 2 months ago, we recently ratified, I need to remember the name of that treaty that was talking about shareable resources. I'll have to remember the name. But Lily, are we thinking enough about inclusivity as a continent when we're thinking about textbooks and learning materials?
We may not have done a lot in terms of supporting students with disability, but I can tell you there's a lot of effort also going on, both from governments and from non-governmental organizations to improve on that.
Okay.
For instance, there is a network I belong to, DriveNet, and they are into producing digital stories, for instance, for those who cannot read, and so there is a lot of effort. Even the governments also are ensuring that there's more that is being produced for audio, so that again, students who cannot um, read on their own, they're able to listen in. And those, of course, who are not able to see, there is an effort to do braille materials. So yes, I know that perhaps a lot more should have been done, but the good story is that there is a realization that there is need to move in that direction, and already something is happening on the ground.
Yes, indeed. I actually can confirm that something is happening on the ground. As I say, just this month, for example, in Rwanda, there was a meeting for ratification of what is called the Marrakesh Treaty, which I believe is a global treaty that is about making reading materials and resources more accessible to learners with disability, a special visual disability. And I was part of that conversation. And I think it was very exciting to see the opportunities this will bring in terms of accessing materials, not just those that have been authored within the country, but across the globe, to support learners and persons with disability. So yes, I think there's more work to be done, and we have to continue working, and we should always have that at the back of our mind as we think about our resources and learning materials. Now, I want us to push this conversation into the next segment, which is basically about who is publishing our books, who is putting together our textbooks, and especially teachers' participation in putting together textbooks. What is the current scenario in the continent? Are we seeing more teachers coming forward and being part of the authors of the textbooks that we're using in the classroom, and in the classrooms or out of the classroom in our countries, in the continents? What is the situation in specific countries? What is the situation in Africa? And does it even really matter? So I'm going to ask Rebecca what she has observed in Ghana. Who is authoring our books? Who actually are the authors of the textbooks? For example, in the current state, it almost feels like we do not have textbooks. We expect somebody to produce those textbooks. Who is this person we are expecting to produce textbooks? Why can't the teachers put together those textbooks? What's the current practice in Ghana?
So in Ghana,
Rebecca?
I realized that teacher participation in authorship isn't that encouraged. That's because it could be like most of our teachers are not so much into research. And so coming out with textbooks that actually addresses the content needs of the curriculum isn't there. And otherwise, we wouldn't have been making all these noise about textbooks, because we would bring out things ourselves and then try to publish. And I also think that the right person to even give us the textbooks is the teachers themselves, because they have been in the classroom and they know what is happening in the classroom. They know what the curriculum demands are, the benchmarks in the curriculum. And so they can better be able to write a textbook that will suit the needs of the children, as well as helping teachers, acting as a complement for teachers in their lesson preparation. But it's quite otherwise. We expect other people to get us the textbooks, author them, publish them, and then we go for them and heavily rely on them. And that is where I is a problem for most teachers. I find that I have a problem with that, because most teachers heavily rely on the textbook. Meanwhile, it should be something that supplements our reading of other sources that can help us deliver a very good lesson to our learners, help them to construct their own learning, rather than getting them to rely heavily on the textbook. Even though the textbook will act as a direction, it will help them know what to read, in which direction, but relying solely on them and not even trying to author them ourselves as teachers becomes a problem.
So let's get personal a little bit, Rebecca. For you as a teacher, why are you not publishing a textbook? What's stopping you?
So I actually have one in the pipeline.
Oh,
I think what
perfect.
is actually stopping me is the finances, actually bringing it out, publishing it, because it's not easy publishing a book.
Mhm,
I said yes,
mhm.
but for me, I'm
Perfect.
so
No.
interested. My interest
Mhm,
lies with writing in my
mhm,
subject area, researching in my subject
mhm,
area, so that I
mhm,
add to knowledge. That has always been my
mhm,
motto as a teacher, that I should add on
mhm,
already existing
mhm.
knowledge. And yeah.
Perfect. No, it's really exciting to hear that you have a book in the pipeline. It's something you're thinking about, and that's part of what we want to celebrate on our show. And I think one of the things that we'll be talking about, I mentioned that we're looking at is out of these conversations, really the idea is that this is a reflection process, but it should lead to some transformative action. It should lead us to something that we have not been doing that could transform the quality of teaching and learning. And one of the things we hope to catalyze, or I hope to catalyze through this show and some workshops that I'll be talking about later, is perhaps to get a few teachers who are already thinking about textbooks, and perhaps like Rebecca, you started scripting or sketching some textbooks, and we'll be announcing some workshops to bring such teachers together to have conversations, to share experiences, almost like a book writing club, but also hopefully to get some resource persons to train us and help us enhance our thinking. How do we make it more friendly to the students? How do we make it more user friendly to the teachers and all that? So I think I'm really excited to hear, Rebecca, you already have a book in the pipeline. So watch out for that call for a few fellows to join and be part of a training workshop that will be organized by myself, Africa's own education doctor and education evangelist. But perhaps we also need to know what's going on at the continental level. Lily, is this something you're concerned about? I mean, Rebecca kept saying we're waiting for them. Who is them? Who is publishing our textbooks? And what are you doing as a focal point at a continental level to actually get more teachers to author and publish books? And then later I'll come to Tracy to really find out what's going on in Canada and whether it really makes a difference anyway. But Lily, first over to you. What's going on at a continental level about teacher authorship?
Deal situation, which right now is far from being ideal, but I can also tell you that there is a realistic position on the ground right now in the various countries. I know for certain that there are a number of countries where ministries of education bring in writing workshop panels composed of teachers in the various subject areas to produce books for children. I know, for instance, it happens in Kenya, it happens in Uganda, it happens in Zambia, it happens in South Africa, it happens in many other countries. Actually, I'm a bit concerned about what is happening in Ghana. I didn't know that the situation was that bad. I thought, in fact, they were fairly progressive in this matter. But I can tell you for sure that teachers have been involved. Therefore, also has had a number of workshops involving teachers. Okay, it is not so much to do textbooks, but it is involving a writing software that we were introducing to teachers and parents and anyone else who may be interested to write for children. And we have been involved in that kind of an initiative.
Okay.
So I don't think it is really the correct position to say that ministries of education are not involving teachers, because they do involve teachers.
Okay.
And of course, looking a little bit on the ideal situation, we are, as ADEA, advocating for what we call national book and reading policies. Basically, in a very, very precise way, is where a country has a system that works with teachers with who are authors, of course, with publishers, with booksellers, with librarians, and with all other stakeholders to ensure that the publishing industry becomes responsive to the reading needs of everyone in the society, including school children and pupils and students. So there is the ideal that ADEA is working on, and luckily we've done what we call the continental framework for national book and reading policies that will help our member countries to easily formulate their national book and reading policies. And along with that, we have also done a toolkit, which is really a guide, a practical guide, let me put it, to formulating their national book and reading policies, which will help them streamline their book and publishing industries.
Great. I have two questions, just two very quick questions for you. One of them is, it's great. Sorry, I'm going to mute you for as it's great that you're talking about national book and reading policy. I wonder whether you have a sense of how many or what percentage of our countries already have this national book national book and reading policy. That's one. The other question I have, I like, it's true that I know that even in Rwanda, teachers are involved in putting together the textbooks in there. I know there was a recent initiative where some teachers were invited and also lecturers from universities. But I also know that for a country like Kenya, for example, which I would say also have quite a number of teachers who publish, I know that recently as schools opened, there was an outcry about the new textbooks for the new curriculum. I mean, first of all, there was a lot of conversation on social media where there were pictures of parents standing long queues waiting to buy these textbooks. And there was a sense that was saying, look, the kind of textbooks that have been produced for the new curriculum are actually going to make the curriculum not accessible, because I think they were saying learners have to write on them and then they are too expensive. So, and then I've had also, sometimes there have been sharing of content in textbooks that are rather off the mark in terms of quality. So how will this policy help deal with such situations? Or is this issue, a whole different issue, especially when you're talking about publishers? And do you think there's still room to involve teachers more, even in some of those countries? Lily?
I think currently there will be only one. Although
Lily,
it has
can you hear me?
That is South Africa. It has not been ratified by the government yet, but at least they've gone ahead and come up with a draft.
Okay, perfect.
So
I want to, before
we can say authoritatively that South Africa is one good example. We are aware also that in Ghana, there is a National Book and Development Council, and that's why I'm a bit concerned about what the other speaker is talking about Ghana, because I thought Ghana was more streamlined. They have a council supported by the government, but I know it is not well resourced. So perhaps they're not able to do what they ought to do. And to your second question, I know you're referring to the Kenyan situation specifically, and I can tell you as a person on the ground, the government of Kenya has done a lot in terms of ensuring that pupils from class 1 to secondary school have textbooks which have been ratified by government. That means they've been approved by the government. And the good story about Kenya, for instance, is that actually the government supplies those books to schools. Now, of course, that is debatable, but I know this is the position. And students then are able to get, each student is supposed to get their own copy. There will be, of course, issues around that. And regarding the hue and cry recently, I think it was more about what we call the supplementary reading lists. And as a bookseller, I can tell you that there was a serious disconnect between the sales representatives of publishers, the schools, and the bookshops on the ground. For instance, I, as a bookseller, wanted to know precisely what are these books that the schools need. But the sales representatives could not tell me precisely what those books were. And so then, of course, there were these long waiting, queues. And the situation was not very good because, of course, everybody gets frustrated. But anyway, yes, there are so many issues that need to be streamlined. And our position as a DARE is that if each member country accepts to be serious about national book and reading policies, then over time we should be able to take care of these problems.
Great. I can see somebody Closings here saying, sorry, I have to mute you. I can see Closings here saying that many education policies taken by government, they should consider teachers because they're the first implementers. So I think there's a sense that there's still room to involve teachers more, even though, of course, we have some of the structures or some of the efforts already being made at a continental level. That part of the effort should be to expand that space for teachers to participate more. But I want to push this as we close this part of the conversation with Tracy. Tracy, in your experience, I mean, I've seen books from that part of the world. I've seen books, for example, from the US. I'm not so sure whether I've had a look at books from Canada, but one of the things I've seen about books from the US, for example, is that in most cases, it's not one author. You can have a book that has, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 authors. And yes, it will be a mix of people, some from schools, teachers, some of them are university lecturers, of course, perhaps within the education sector. What's your experience or what's your take about teachers' involvement in authorship of textbooks or resource materials used in schools?
Okay, thank you, Herine. Yes, you are correct that many of our textbooks have multiple authors. So I think in terms of authorship, I think I want to think of it in 3 different levels. So first, we'll talk about what we call the official textbook. So this is a proprietary textbook. It's produced by one of the textbook companies. McGraw-Hill, Ryerson would be an example of one of them, Thomson Education. And so these are the textbooks that students purchase. They're the textbook or the schools purchase. They're the textbooks that our government will approve. Now, what happens is our provincial government will engage the textbook manufacturer, the textbook company, to build a textbook for a particular curriculum. And so what they'll do is they'll have teacher, educator focus groups, usually multiple authors. Quite often, there will be 8 to 10 teachers engaged. Sometimes there will also be a few educators from the university level. But these are practicing teachers that have basically been engaged as a consulting focus group to produce the textbook alongside with the textbook company. So these are the official textbooks. So these are the textbooks that would end up in a digital format if they are formatted that way. And then they'll often be reviewed by teachers, by educators. I've been part of that process before in reviewing a textbook before it's published. So they'll have teachers engage in the review process, and then so they are heavily engaged in those books. The government will then, or our provincial government will then approve those textbooks. So usually, they'll choose which textbooks that are most well aligned to the curriculum. That will be the approved book, and those are the books that are approved for use and can be purchased in schools. Now, that said, I think in terms of authorship and learning resources more broadly, the next level are sort of unofficial teacher created resources. And personally, I use a lot of teacher created resources. And so these would be like learning packages that a teacher has produced. I create learning packages for my students. I photocopy them. I give them to the students. I incorporate information from a variety of resources, and the students effectively use those packages like a textbook. They still have the official textbook, but the packages allow me to give more local context. They allow me to highlight what I feel are more important pieces of information. I change them every year. So I constantly adjust the content in these packages to meet the needs of my students. And then at the third level, in terms of resources, I think I also use student curated resources. I think it's really valuable for students to take their learning and format it and record it in a way that they can use afterwards. So one of the things that I do with my math students is they create a learning journal, which is effectively taking from the resources I provide, from their textbook, from their learning, that they're guided in pulling out key ideas. They learn how to format it. And the goal is that they can use that resource for the next year if they need to go back and review previously learned material, or they'll use that resource at the end of the school year when they start sitting at their final exam. So again, these are unofficial resources, but I think it's really valuable to engage students in resource creation as well, because there's an assessment to that, there's a learning to that are also quite valuable. So I mean, I look at it on all of those levels. Each is different, and each has its own merits.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting, and think there are actually things there that we could pick on and think about more deeply on. And first of all, just affirming that yes, the teachers are involved. Even when we see the multiple authors, there is a sense that the teachers are actually involved. And I like that what you're talking about in terms of teacher-educator focus groups and being part of that conversation. So it's not just even one author. But I also like what you're talking about in terms of the individual teacher producing their own learning resources. Of course, that comes with its own demands in terms of what's the burden. I mean, there's a whole reason, there's a whole thinking around textbooks and in the African context, because sometimes textbooks are actually supposed to be seen or supposed to play the role of a teacher, where, for example, the teacher-student ratio is too high, or there are classrooms that might stay for a number of days without teachers. Then the only thing that they might actually take and engage with, especially the more senior students, is the textbooks. So how all that is built into the putting together of the textbook is really important. But I really like what you're talking about in terms of putting together learning resources, and especially hopefully getting to the point where our learners produce content. I know they already produce content. When we used to be students, even way back then, would take notes, read from this book and that book and that book, and summarize and try to make sense of what we have done. And perhaps we did not produce them to share, but they were very useful for our own learning and revision, as you said, either the next year or towards exams and all that. So quite some very interesting thoughts there, and we're almost in the last 15 minutes of the show. I'm still going to try and play one of our advertisements and see if I'm going to be lucky. I don't know why I'm having problems today. Well, I just have a problem with all my audio that I was supposed to play the advertisements and the news for the day. But as we come towards the end of the show, I think it's important for us to reflect on some of the things that we've talked about so far. Just talking about the value for textbooks in helping outline the curriculum, help teachers, guide teachers in implementing curriculum, especially when it's a new curriculum, and therefore linking it to why teachers in Ghana, where there have been a sense of flip-flop, at some point, of course, being told to go back to the old textbooks, and the teacher saying, no, we can't go back to the old textbooks. I know I spoke to a senior educationist in Ghana, and they said, look, there was a confusion amongst the teachers. They confused the curriculum for the textbook. If you're talking about mathematics, fraction is fraction, whether it's in a new curriculum or it's in an old curriculum. I don't know what, Rebecca, you'd say about that, because this person is saying there's a confusion. Why are we equating a new curriculum to a textbook? Just your final thoughts on some of those rebuttals that sometimes come our way as we talk about why we need textbooks in our classrooms or as teachers, especially with this new curriculum.
It's very true, because I personally realized that most of the topics in the new curriculum can't be found in the old. And so if it's fractions, fractions is fractions. And we can equally use the old concept and then read around new things to add up. That is all.
Mhm.
But here we are, because there is a new curriculum, we are also waiting to have new textbooks. That's it.
Yeah, but I guess we must also not lose I guess part of all this is context, because as was captured on that article, I think part of the challenge we have also is how much work do our teachers have? Do they have that time to explore from book A to book B, look at the old and the new textbook? Because these teachers were saying they can do that. They're trying to do that. But the challenge is it's a lot of burden. Potentially, maybe because of the number of teaching hours that they have to teach, how many subjects they're teaching, how many lessons they're teaching in a day. Okay, so I'm going to come to a very dicey
Hello.
question. Yes, go ahead,
And
Rebecca.
it's not as if there are no textbooks at all, because the
Mhm.
education service approved a number of textbooks to be used, but just that they are not in the system. They've been approved, but they are not out. Most of them can't be found in the system, and so we do not have access to them. But
Mhm.
there are textbooks that we can use.
Okay, so access. And some teacher here is just saying from Rwanda that I prefer, of course, part of the debate that we've had here that you are going home with is printed versus digital, which way to go, Africa. And perhaps to just bring us back to that point, one of the teachers here is saying, this is a teacher from Rwanda, and he says, or she says, I prefer to use printable textbook because they provide organized units of work. Uh, there's a presentation in chronological order, or rather, there's chronological presentation of information. There's a detailed sequence of teaching procedures that tell us what to do and when to do it. They also excellent teaching aid. So I think these are really critical conversations. I think in the next session we'll be talking about, so what's a good textbook? How do we differentiate a good textbook from a bad textbook? Because we can have so many textbooks outside there, but are they good textbooks? Can they really support teaching and learning? So even as we are thinking of ensuring we have enough textbooks in the continent, perhaps, Lily, we will invite you again and find out whether there has been any effort to look at the quality of textbooks that are out there, the ones that are there. And maybe you can make a very quick comment to this. Is there a quality assurance framework that has been developed that can be used to assess and to help teachers or parents or any other user to differentiate from a good textbook and a bad textbook? What should we be looking out for? Very quickly, Lily.
ADEA has come up with what we call gender-sensitive manual to guide writers in writing their materials. Because as you know, there's been a lot of gender-insensitive materials that have been coming into the school system. So at least you have a manual that can be accessed freely to guide teachers in writing gender-sensitive materials, or rather appropriate books that can also inspire the gender dimension in reading materials.
Interesting.
Otherwise, of course, I know that ministries of education through the curriculum development centers, they have quality assurance, frameworks. Yes, most of them do have quality assurance frameworks.
Okay, but just like you said, you have some continental framework. Is this the quality assurance framework? Do we have opportunity for exchanging and looking, for example, sharing best practices across the continent? Is that the case, or every country has been left on their own?
Nodes.
Lily.
I want you to know that, in fact, you have an inter-country quality node over there, just in Rwanda. It's called the Teaching and Learning Quality Node. And what that means, it brings a number of African countries together to share experiences, to share best practices, to just have discussions and conversations about teaching and learning, about teacher education, about how to improve the standard of teachers within schools and things like that. So
Okay.
yes, we do have those kind of initiatives going on.
Great to know. Okay, to my final dicey question to all of us. This is a question that I passed on to in my survey, and the part of what we've been thinking about here is prioritization. We know that budget is always an issue. Resources is an issue, and currently there's a lot of conversation. We are in this new normal that has been brought our way by the pandemic. So I want my speakers to imagine that they are key decision makers. And the question was, if we have very limited resources and you have to make a decision about what to prioritize, and you have these three choices. Number one, you have, as a continent, Africa, you have to prioritize making sure that we improve on the student textbook ratio. Remember, we said from what Ghana talked about, but also from what Lily talked about, that we're still at almost 1 to 7. So you have some resources, but it's not enough, and you have to think whether you need. Which one should be the top of your priority? Which one should be the top of our priority as a continent? Is it printed textbooks? Would it be increasing digital textbooks in the continent? Or would it be, for example, getting computers to school or to teachers? What would your advice be if those are the three things you have to prioritize, and looking at the learning situation and the reality on the ground? You either would spend most of these resources on printed textbooks for our learners so that we reduce the student textbook ratio, and have fewer students sharing, if possible, have one-to-one, as was alluded to by Lily in some of the countries, or just forget about printed textbooks. Let's get more digital textbooks and for our teachers and learners, or let's just forget about this. Let's get our teachers maybe computers, perhaps based on that they can get resources, or computer laboratories in our schools. Which one would you put first on the line? I'll start with Rebecca, then come to Lily, and then we'll come to an advisory from Tracy based on our experience in Canada. So, Rebecca, which one would you be spending most of your money on?
I'll go for printed textbooks, looking at the reality on the ground.
So you'd go for printed textbooks. You'd prioritize printed textbooks. Lily, at a continental level, what would you advise the continent? How would you advise the continent? Sorry, I know you're on mute. Go for it, Lily.
Be able to read and write, meaning gaining literacy skills. And so for me, really, that's a question that is dependent on many variables, including what Rebecca said earlier, because we have situations where in some parts of Africa, we cannot have accessibility to digital materials. And so my advice would be, where it is possible to have digital materials, let's have them by all means. Where we have to have the textbooks, let's have the textbooks.
So let's evaluate the situation on the ground.
Yes.
Okay. A very safe choice, Lily. Tracy, what did you say? Are you going safe like Lily?
Oh my goodness, it's very difficult. Honestly, I think I would invest in computers in schools. In terms of the accessibility, once computers are available in schools, I think they open up a wide range of resources that are accessible to students. If if that wasn't feasible, then my second choice would probably be to increase the number of printed textbooks. However, from experience, I know that printed textbooks do have a lifespan, and as a science teacher, especially, I've seen it in my own career where the information in the printed textbook becomes out of date. So although in subjects like math and other subjects, the concepts are still the same, they're quite durable, but in subjects like science, sometimes those printed textbooks can become out of date. Now, so then there would be the caveat that investing in printed textbooks with the understanding that they will need to be updated at some point.
Interesting, and a good point for us to end the show, that there is still quite a bit of conversation that we need to consider on that. And so it's been a very, very, I just want to say thank you very much for all our listeners. I'm really sorry that I messed up somewhere with our audio, so we're not able to listen to advertisements. We're not able to listen to and our news for the week, and I know I will not be able to play my closing jingle. But just to say, I think I want to finish just 1 minute. I want to finish with a quote from UNESCO that also makes reference to Malala, who is one of the youngest Nobel Peace Prize winners. And just about books, as we go on thinking about books, we have not even scratch the surface when we think about books, because there's still more to talk about: the quality, how do we ensure we take care of the context and all that. But there's this quote by Malala, if I will get it, yes, here it is. And I'm just going to quote from a tweet as we close from UNESCO. So this is a tweet that was done by UNESCO. It says, "Knowledge is power. We all must do more to promote books in order to fight illiteracy, poverty, and to strengthen peace." But they then went ahead to give a picture shot of Malala's quote that says, "Our books and our pens are the most powerful weapons." And of course, that is also drawn from the quote where she talks about one book, one pen, one child, one teacher can change the world. And I believe from the conversations we're saying today, part of what we must look towards improving and making more accessible to our children and to our teachers and the community at large are books, if we want to change Africa for the better. I must say we are going to end there. Thank you very much for listening. We really look forward for the next conversation. Thank you, Tracy, for waking up very early. Thank you, Lily, for joining. There's more conversation there that you're going to have, especially about those training opportunities. And Rebecca, I send you out with one charge. Go out and produce that book in the pipeline, and we'll be here to support you alongside other African teachers so that we can have more books for reading and textbooks that we can use as resources in our classroom. Thank you very much. This was Dr. Herine Otieno-Menya, Africa's own education doctor and education evangelist, signing out on our Sunday afternoon show for today. Thank you very much, all our live listeners. See you again next week for another lively conversation. Thank you and bye.